Περίμενε. Πήγαινε, μίλα. Κάτσε. Δεν περνάει κάτι. Δεν γίνεται. Αν στο παράθυρό σου δεν έχει μέσα ήχο, δεν γίνεται να βγει κάτι έτσι.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Όχι. Ωραία, κάτσε να σου αλλάξω και πηγή, να δεις τι μόνο να μου αλλάξει.
Άνοιξα την. Εκτός αν ακούω κάτι άλλο.
Εσύ εδώ μπορεί να ακούεις κάτι άλλο. Τι να σου πω. Τι έχεις βάλει εδώ πέρα. Εδώ, περίμενε.
Δες από το YouTube.
Καταρχήν είναι όλα monitor off.
Τι monitor. 1, 2.
Μιλά λίγο, περίμενε. Ωραία.
2, 3, 4.
Τώρα κλείνω το desktop audio και μιλά τώρα.
1, 2, 3, 4. Αυτό το μικρόφωνο δηλαδή εδώ πιάνει τόσο δυνατά από εκεί.
Δεν νομίζω ότι έχεις κλείσει το βίντεο.
Άκου το live.
Ναι, ακούς τώρα, ακούς το τέτοιο. Τι ακούω, μήπως ακούσεις από εδώ πέρα.
Όχι, άμα κλείσει τον ήχο στο live, δεν ακούς τίποτα. Στο live. Πάλι.
Ναι.
Κλείσει τον ήχο στο live.
Ποιο είναι να κλείσω αυτό εδώ.
Στο live, το έχω YouTube. Κλείσει. Ας δεν άκουσα λίγο.
Αυτό εδώ έκλεισα τώρα. Μόνο το ρόφι είναι. Τώρα λέει δεν περνάει. Όχι, ακούω. Από πάνω, ρε. Αυτό ακούμε τώρα.
Ναι. Άμα το κλείσει, δεν ακούς τίποτα.
Αυτά είναι mute. Είναι ή έκανα mute.
Τόσο καλά να ακούγεται από πάνω και να ακούγονται.
Όχι, όχι, όχι.
Δεν είναι αυτό.
Έλα.
Βάλε το τέρμα μου.
Όχι, δεν θα περνάει τίποτα. Start recording. Έλα. Πάμε. Τίποτα. Ένα, δύο. Όπα. Τι είναι, να φέρασε.
Πέρασε.
Κάτσε να δει το recording. Ναι, start recording λέει. Περνάμε κανονικά.
Πέρασε.
Ναι, κάτσε να κλείσω μόνο αυτό. Πάμε πάλι.
Ανοίξω.
Όχι, δεν είναι μέσα στα αυτά. Από εδώ ξεκίνησε. Ένα, δύο, ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Μια. Πάλι δεν είναι.
Άρα δεν φταίει.
Για να βάλω αυτό μόνο.
Φταίει αυτό μόνο.
Μα μόνο το ρόφι είναι.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session 7. This is the first of the 3 sessions that are devoted to track 7 regarding digital transformation of public services and administration. That track was initiated by me and Teresa Pardo, who unfortunately is not able to join us. My name is Themis Tambouris. I'm a professor of Information Systems and Electronic Government at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece. So I would like to welcome you also in Greece in that respect. So we have 6 papers and presentations this morning in this session. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances, there will be only one of those presented live here. So we'll have the first one presented here by authors, whereas for the rest of the papers there will be the usual now process of showing them, presenting videos, recorded videos for those. Therefore, let me start by introducing the first paper. It is about a common data model for the once-only principle. The once-only principle is a significant priority for Europe and the rest of the world, I guess. And I will give the floor to the authors to do the presentation. So please, Maria. The floor is yours.
Can I take the last one?
I'm not sure for that. I think not, but sometimes I think, okay, we relax for that for the presentation. Okay, while speaking, you can.
First of all, good morning, and thank you also for the introduction. I'm Maria Siepera. I'm a PhD student at the University of Piraeus at Digital Systems Department, together with Professor Andriana Prenza. And today we will present you a common data model for once-only cross-border data exchanges in Europe. This is the agenda for today. Of course, we will do the introduction, and then we will give the necessary background for you to understand the model. Then, of course, we will present the model, and lastly, we will give the results, and of course, a discussion will follow up after that. So, let's begin. On December 2020, the responsible ministers of all EU member state countries signed the Berne Declaration. And one of the seven key principles of this declaration was Europe's digital sovereignty and interoperability. And why is this important? Because it actually establishes the cross-border interoperable digital public services as a core, as an essential element for Europe's plan for the future. This declaration actually follows up and builds up from the previous declaration, the Tallinn Declaration, and of course from the actions stemmed from the e-government. Does it work, please? Oh, yeah. Stemmed from the e-government action plan of 2016-2020. And actually, one of the key fundamental principles that derived from this e-government action plan is the once-only principle. Okay, what is the once-only principle? It aims to reduce administrative burdens on citizens and businesses. But how? By supplying information to the public administrations only once. And then the public administrations are allowed to actually reuse and share the data that the citizens and businesses have already supplied somewhere. So let's say that I'm a citizen, okay? I'm Maria Siepera, I'm a natural person, and I need to start the process in another country. My data are somewhere here in Greece in a base registry to Greece. I will go to the public administration, that I want to start the procedure. I will give my consent, and then the public administration is responsible to go get my data. I just give my consent. Okay, what else? And also, actually, the once-only principle is evolved as a cornerstone to existing EU regulations, like, for example, the Single Digital Gateway Regulation, SDGR. We will see this again in the background. Okay, I'm talking now, and I've already gave an example of a scenario where I'm a Greek citizen, okay, and I went to a foreign country, and I started the procedure in a foreign country, in EU country, of course. So things scale up, right? We are talking about cross-border transactions. We are talking about cross-border settings. So in these cases, as you can imagine, challenges and difficulties always arise, right? Especially when it comes to preserving interoperability. So as a response to these challenges and difficulties, the European Commission financed the Once-Only Principle project, or TOP for short, that actually explores and demonstrates the Once-Only Principle on a cross-border pan-European scale. And how? By proposing a federated architecture that uses already proven working solutions, like open standards and open specifications as building blocks. And by being a large-scale pilot project. What does this mean? It means that in order to prove its feasibility, the top specifications are piloted in multiple real-world scenarios, in multiple member state systems that are already working. So part of this federated architecture of TOP is the objective of this paper, is the common, the exchange data model that we are presenting today, okay, which is a common model for describing the transaction messages of once-only cross-border data exchanges, like the example I mentioned earlier. So, and again, this is, as you can see, a pattern here of open standards and open specifications. So this model is, again, as part of the federated architecture, it needs to be based on open technical standards and pre-existing artifacts and specifications. And we will see them, these standards, in the background. So, a little bit of background. I've mentioned earlier the SDGR. So, what is this, for those that are not familiar? So, on October 2018, yes, the European Commission established a single entry point and common interface in which citizens and businesses can use to be informed about different public procedures in any EU member state country. And also, according to the regulation, the member state authorities need or are required to offer key administrative procedures online and in a user-friendly way. And also, why did I say earlier that the once-only principle is a cornerstone, to this regulation? Because according to the Article 14 of this regulation, a technical system for the cross-border automated exchange of evidence and application of the once-only principle is foreseen. And it will be in production by December of 2023. So you can understand that it's something that is very fundamental for the future. Now, I'm always talking that we are based on open standards and specifications. So what are those specifications for the exchange data model? First of all is the ISA square core vocabularies. They are simplified, reusable, and extensible data models, okay? And they are used to capture fundamental characteristics of an entity in a context-neutral fashion. I can give you an example. I have listed here some of them. For example, in the previous example, where I was a citizen, okay, I'm a natural person, I'm Maria Schiapera, okay? The core vocabulary that it will be used for a natural person description, it will be the core person vocabulary, for example, okay? So if we want, for example, a company, we would use the core business vocabulary, and so on. Now, another standard that we use is the OASIS EB XML regrep. And what is this? It is again an open standard and technical specification, and what it does, it provides standardized way of expressing message transactions. How? By providing a slot mechanism for the data provision. And why all the fuss, you'd say? Okay. All the messages defined in top are expressed with this protocol, with the regrep, with regrep slots in combination with content based on core vocabulary schemas. So it's like Legos, it's building. So we have slots, and inside the content is expressed with the core vocabularies. Now, let's talk about the model. Okay, and this is the most important part. The core of the TOPS solution architecture is the cross-border evidence exchange process. This process aims to facilitate the evidence exchange between the actors of TOPS architecture by being a generic use case that can be applied regardless of business domain. So, let me explain a little bit. So we have a country A and a country B. So a user of the country, native to the country B, wants to start is it the initiator of a public procedure that is offered by system in the country A, like the example I told earlier. So what happens? In order for the procedure to be conducted correctly, it needs data, right? It needs data in order to fulfill the requirements for the procedure. Now, this data could be provided manually by the user, okay? I could go there and I could tell them, okay, I'm Maria Schiapera, this is my ID, and so on. But this system could also request and ask by a competent authority of the country B, ask for data to be automatically given on behalf of the data subject, on behalf of the user. So, a terminology here. The system of the country A that actually requests for data, it's called data consumer in our architecture. And the system that stores or provides the evidence upon request of the data consumer is called data provider. Or if you want, you can use the SDG terminology. So in this case, the data consumer would be the evidence requester, and the data provider would be the evidence provider. Okay? So I think there is that. Okay. So we basically automatically request data that exists, for example, in a base registry somewhere, okay? In a foreign country, of course. We are talking about cross-border transactions. Here you can see a more high-level flow. I will not get into details. This is the system of the country A, okay, public service. This is out of scope. It is provided by TOP, okay? The system will use the TOP's tools, for example, the core OOP services, to build the evidence request. It will use the tools together with the TOP EDM to actually build the evidence request and send the evidence request to the other system of the data provider, okay? And then, again, in this flow here, again, the tools from TOP, they will be used to build the evidence response and provide back the data to the requester. So, about this is not the scope of the paper, but if you are interested, my colleague Konstantinos Douloudis will tomorrow present the Greek pilot, and we actually use the Greek ESPD system together with TOP to provide once-only capabilities to the Greek ESPD system, and he will mention more about these core OOP services. Like, for example, in this build evidence request step, there are more complexities like this diagram here. This is just an abstraction. For example, you have to find which data providers are actually capable of providing your evidence. So there are more to this. So we invite you tomorrow to see the presentation. So an overview of the TOP EDM. So it is a standards-based model that supports the exchange of evidence, and it defines, firstly, the messages that are exchanges. As you saw here, we have, for example, the message that the DC sends to the DP, and then the response of the DP back to the DC. It also defines the information entities contained in each message, and also the transactional details. For example, I can ask for data, metadata, I can ask even for documents, okay? Now, the EDM, it specifies 3 messages. We already mentioned them. The first is the top request. Okay, this is the transaction from the DC to the DP. The second one is the top response, which is the opposite. It is the response from the DP to the DC. And then we have also an error, because life happens, errors always exist. So we use the top error message in case of any error, if any error occurs. So, and I've briefly mentioned that before, that the messages defined by the top EDM are being modeled in the form of a query with the help of the regrep query protocol. So, how is it modeled? Each message of the EDM defines its own information requirements as query parameters that are expressed as regrep slots. And it is actually distinguished between 2 types of queries. It is the concept base, which is basically data, and it is the document base, which is documents, okay? And there is a single or 2-step approach. If you want later, we could discuss about it later. So, here you can see a more graphical representation of what I said earlier. We have the query request, okay? The message that contains the required information of a query, okay? We use regrep as an envelope here, as you can see, it encloses everything. And then for every information requirement, for example, the data subject, the data consumer, and so on and so forth, we use slots, okay? So it's slot, 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 again from regrep. Okay. We can pass this, okay. Here, this is a little bit too technical, so I will skip this part, but I'm available later for questions if you want to go more into details. But I want to mention something here before we move on. Okay, I've said earlier that we have slots, right? But I've also mentioned that we use the core vocabulary. So where do we use the core vocabulary? So let me show you. For example, for the data subject, okay? We have a slot of a data subject here, okay? This slot of data subject has slots again. It was like Lego, we build things. So we can have, for example, a slot of legal person, and this legal person is a business, right? So we then use the content. The content is described by using the core business vocabulary. And also, what can we have as a data subject? What else? We could have a natural person, right? For the natural person, we will use the core person vocabulary, and so on and so forth, okay? For the data, for example, it is a list of concepts, and we use the CCCV, the core criterion evidence vocabulary. So I think that we can pass this now. Okay, and this is the response Okay, this is the transaction between the data provider to the data consumer. Again, the same philosophy, right? We use regrep to enclose everything, okay, and then we use slots together with content that is described with the core vocabularies. And again, I have the too technical stuff here, but if you have any questions, we could discuss. And of course, lastly, we have the top error response that it is used if any kind of error occurs during the transaction. Okay, so the results. Top defined and piloted use cases in the following domains. The first one is the cross-border e-services for business mobility, or GBM for short, and it has anything to do with conducting cross-border business, okay, and you have a demand for business register interconnection. So the second one is about e-procurement. So it's about public procurement procedures, okay? It's about the automatic provision of qualification evidence that we need to, as a proof of requirement fulfillment during the tender process. And lastly, we have an online SIP and crew certificate pilot area, which is basically that we fetch the crew or the SIP certificate in case of a SIP inspection. So, and we call this maritime for short. Okay, so in order to actually verify the completeness of the pilot implementations, TOP defined a multi-step testing process that was called Connectathon. And what was that? It was actually thorough end-to-end connectivity tests following the pilot scenarios between all the implemented member state systems. So what did we want to achieve with this? We wanted to successfully, of course, connect everyone, all the pilot member systems in a structured way, but also it was a way to actually people to come together. So if there was a fail, that there was, okay, the connectathons were conducted every week, almost. If someone failed, the implementers didn't have actually bad consequences, but it was an opportunity to actually come together with the other implementers and solve the problem right there, right now. So that's for the connectathons. Okay, and here you can see a summary of all the successful connections. Okay, it is by country. This is all the countries participated as and piloted the specifications. Okay, and this is the pilot areas. We have the general business mobility, we have the e-procurement and the maritime. Of course, this is split into the crew certificate and the SIP certificate. And for example, let's see, for example, Greece, which I'm more familiar with. Greece connected with 9 other countries. We have had a successful connection with 9 other countries as a data consumer in the GBM pilot, and 4 connections as an e-procurement in the e-procurement pilot area. More on the Greek pilot you can see tomorrow in Costa's presentation. So we saw the results, and this is the discussion. Okay, as you saw, uses the top EDM. Okay, uses established and proven successful open European standards like the regrep and the ISA square core vocabularies. And also the results illustrate the effectiveness of the EDM's generic approach in numerous real-world successful interactions between the member state country systems. For example, you saw some SDG cases like the business mobility, okay? But you also saw the maritime one, okay? So it can be applied in different industry domains, right? It retains the interoperability because it is used it is using the open standards as building blocks, and then it proves the feasibility of the once-only cross-border applications. Moreover, it is aligned with the existing EU regulations like the SDGR, and it also contributes to the efforts of the CEF, the Connecting Europe Facility, on promoting the utilization of reusable building blocks based on common standards. And also, of course, aids on the creation of the dedicated once-only principal block. And lastly, I mentioned this earlier, that it is by December 2023, a technical system, a once-only principal technical system is foreseen to be in production, and all the practical experience and expertise gained by the all implementers of our pilots, it's valuable lessons learned and experience. So, that's it. Thank you. Questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Maria, for the interesting presentation. It ran a little bit late, but I think we still have time because we have videos from now on. So if there are any questions, please feel free to ask now. Yes, please.
I was wondering, because we need IDs across the borders as well, like unique IDs, right, in order to identify people. Is that where the European ID comes in? And
Yeah,
how do you do that for businesses?
EID. It was here. You would need to be identified through EIDs, for example.
Okay. And the second question is, what's the biggest challenge? What's next for you for this project?
Well, the project actually ended in March 2021. So the next is to aid on the technical system. Okay, so actually the specifications will be used in this technical system, and so we are aiding in this effort.
Actually, if I may follow that, I understand your part in this paper is the technical part of the project. However, I would be interested if you can comment on, I mean, what would be needed from a public authority to adopt that? What kind of issues are there in terms of infrastructure or skills? I mean, it seems technically maybe sound, but have you considered, you know, what are the requirements for this to be adopted beyond piloting? Do you have any comment on that? Based on your experience so far, was it tested only with like technicians, or?
I was a technician myself for the Greek pilot, so the challenges were that okay, we needed to come together with the others to conduct the connectivity testings, but once we established and we installed the parts provided, the tools provided by TOP, we could connect to everyone. So.
Any other question? No? Okay, so thank you very much once again.
Thank you for your attention.
And then, so we can then proceed with the videos actually. So we will be assisted on that. We are leaving Europe and moving to Brazil, and we're going to actually service portals. So we're gonna see a paper regarding Brazilian government service portals.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good night. My name is Beatriz Lanza, Bia Lanza. I am Brazilian. I am here in the south of Brazil, in Curitiba. Thank you for the audience for the UNU-EGOV 2021. Thank you, Ifmuse. Thank you, Teresa. I would like to confess, I would like really to be there with you. But I have a problem with the logistics flying here from Brazil, and okay, next time, okay? Today I will present my paper with my colleagues Daniel Valotto, Johanna Juk, and Thiago Avila. Okay, the objective of this research is diagnose the main challenge of Brazilian subnational government service portals. And in Brazil, we have 26 states and a federal district. Okay, and I would like to make a very brief, very quickly introduction. Okay, and electronic portals of public institution are online platforms that offer information and service to citizens in an easy, relevant, and effective way. Okay, and when you observe this platform, different realities are evidenced at the federal and state and local level. Okay. For example, in the federal level in Brazil, in 2015, the federal government launched the public server portal, the single public server portal. Just one address is a GovBR, but before that, imagine, the federal government has more than 3,000 websites. Okay, the federal government is okay in Brazil, but in the state and the local government is not okay yet. Okay, but this research focus just the level state. Okay, and sorry, and of course. However, the mere presence of a public service portal is not guarantee of the success. And it is, of course, is necessary to ensure that all citizens have access to the research available in this on this platform. In emergency or developed countries like Brazil, there is a trend in the development of website and portal to reduce the difference in access to public services. And this is a qualitative study with a descriptive purpose. The data was collected by online survey. We have the 21 main question. This data was collected in December 2020 until January 4. Okay, we collect data from 20 of 27 participating states. Here is the main results. For example, you can see through the color is a different level of the portals. For example, in blue you can see the government agency keep use their servers portal. For example, only 3 states. There is just a single web portal containing all services in the state, and the red one, only the government agency maintain their portals, and sometimes the older state have 100 address for the different services there. Okay, you can see the map of Brazil here you have a lot of challenge here to put the same page all the state, the portal serves for the citizen. Okay, here you can see, for example, in Brazil, and majority of the people, the citizen, access the government service using a mobile phone. Okay, but you have a problem here because some states have no have a problem with the people cannot access the service through the mobile phone. Okay, then is a big challenge here in Brazil. And here, just to see the number of the access, of course, in from 2007, 19 to 720, the access, the number of you have a double of the access here, of course, because the government close its door. Okay, have no possibility to attend the people in presently. Okay, here I have a feature available to this portal, this student portal, and here I can see the most used feature in this portal is search by category. What means this is a red sign for us work with the digital government in state level to pay attention here, because you need it can mean that this portal is not clear. Yes, it's not easy to use for the use by the citizen, especially those have no familiarity with the technology. Okay, and less use feature in portal is like an incentive program. Okay, and the less is instant payment is a new way to make a payment in Brazil. Okay, but it's just show us how when you can focus the problems the state government portals. Here you see the most offered service in these portals, in our portals is, you see here the most is about driver license. The second most is a consultation of laboratory test results, especially for the COVID-19. Here is another preoccupation with the accessibility, because in Brazil 26% have a problem with visual or motor problems, and here you have a big challenge, because the portal of the state is not prepared for those people. So, okay, here is a bigger red light here for us. And when you asked about the main complaints, suggestion from user of this portal is in the highlight is you see here is improved portal features. Okay. Of course, you have here in Brazil some portals, maybe 3, 4, maybe 6 portal have is very good. It's very good. It's like the federal portal, service portal, but more than 20 have a problem with. They have a problem like this. Okay, and when you ask a main challenge of this portal is about integration. Yes, in Brazil, you live in the city, you use the local service, but when you need another service in the state, you need to know is who offers the service, is local, is state, or federal. People is very confused, and then the main challenge in Brazil is there is only one portal. Okay, but some states have integration with federal government. Okay, you go there and you can ask for service the state or the federal government. Okay, but in the local government is a big challenge in Brazil, because I show you later how many states have integration in Brazil. Okay, and of course, Brazilian subnational still need to advance in their state platform. You see the a lot challenge you have here in this diagnosis, and of course you have many obstacles we are identified here. I highlight two. The first one is difficult to integration public service in the single service portal. Okay, in January this year, only three out of the 20 concerned states presented integrate portals. Only 3. Okay, and 40 of the analyzed portal in these 20 portals analyzed did not have any accessibility solution for people with visual or motor or mental disability. And as I said, 26% of the affect the Brazilian population. Okay. Of course, the successful development of digital government needs to be considered in the context in which they are inserted, because Brazil have a very, very different between regions. Okay, sometimes we have good solution in the south of Brazil, but it's not the same for the northeast or the north of Brazil. Sometimes you have a different infrastructure to access there. Then you need to consider the context of the context in which they are inserted, especially in the case of Brazil. Public managers can consider some of many bottlenecks evidence in the service portal and the outline strategy in an attempt to overcome barriers for regional and state digital transformation. Of course, here you have just 20 of 27 states. You need to put in the same. You need to apply new research with all the states in Brazil, 26 states and the federal district together. I think you have more information, more rich information to analyze together. Here our reference is used here, and I would like to say thank you so much for the Universidade Federal do Paraná, FGV, e Unicamp for here in Brazil, and I would like to say thank you to ABEPTIC and CONSAD and the GTD. GTD is like as a transformation digital government group in the work with the state here in Brazil. And of course, I would like to say thank you so much for IDB for this support, this research. And I know have no space here for the answer the question to discuss, but I would like to put here this slide with our emails. Okay, you can see, you can write, you can, if you have a question, please write me, mail me, and I answer as so is possible. Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy Atenas, enjoy UNU-EGOV. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Okay. Right. So I think that was quite interesting. If you are interested in more on integrated public services, you can follow
Good
up.
afternoon, good night. Yeah. My name is Beatriz.
Sorry, I think it started all over again, so I think we can stop that one. Right, okay, probably don't want to hear it again. So, yeah, as I was saying, that regarding integrated public services and disabled persons, you might want also to follow another evening presentation on a paper on that from another project. So anyway, we should then proceed with something more technical, I guess, something regarding machine learning, which is a very hot topic, of course, in government as well. So let's see what we can learn about that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for not being able to join you all in Athens. I'm really missing out. It will never get horrible talking to a computer screen rather than real people, but thank you to our hosts for allowing us to present via this video. My name is Aaron Searles. I am a doctoral candidate at the University of Oxford and presenting our work entitled Machine Learning Approach to Medical Device Classification. Online decision tools are increasingly becoming a feature of digital government, and what we mean here are tools that allow users to navigate through the rules in a simplified form in order to understand the obligations or rules that apply to them. Medical device regulation is very complicated. We are dealing with sensitive issues related to health and clinical outcomes, and there's an interest in minimizing barriers, particularly in the last year due to the COVID pandemic, where regulatory authorities wanted medical devices quickly to enter into the market in order to meet needs of things like face masks and ventilators. The Therapeutic Goods Authority, which is the medical device regulator in Australia, has an online tool which users can navigate the risk classification rules. Risk classification is important for medical devices because it allows the developer of that device to know which rules and obligations are pertinent to them and their device. The nature of regulatory texts is such that regulatory texts and legal texts are very complicated. They have long sentence structures, they have, the format is often in clauses and sections that cross-reference each other, and the word choice can sometimes be a little bit archaic, but also used in a way that is a little bit different from its regular meaning. And because of that, we often need to have experts translate these words into something that we can all understand. So our research question here is, how has government leveraged digital tools in medical device regulation, making it easier for users, or not, as may be the case, and are there ways in which we can simplify the process further? So let's give you a little background to the problem. The Therapeutic Goods Authority is the medical device regulator in Australia. Medical devices are regulated under the Therapeutic Goods Act and subsidiary legislation. This has a number of classification rules, but also rules about surveillance of the tools and devices when they are on the market. And adherence to those regulatory criteria is absolutely necessary to be lawfully marketed in Australia, and that's true everywhere else. The risk classifications are as such on the screen. They range from 0 to low, from class 1, then class 2A and class 2B are moderate to high, and then class 3 is the most risky classification. It deals with medical devices that are often invasive, but not only. The methodology for our work is as such. We establish a measure of complexity for medical device classification rules. We then take that and evaluate the online tool provided by government, and we then propose efficiencies based on the data that regulatory authorities already possess, perhaps indicating a simplification. So how difficult is the legislation to read? Well, in our work, we just picked a common measure, which is the Flesch reading score. That's the formula based on there. If you're unfamiliar with it, it is a formula by which we take the number of words and sentences and syllables. They are computed in such a way that you can end up with a score from 0 to 100, 100 being the most easy to read and 0 being most incomprehensible. The rubric is there below. And when we look at the classification rules, so on the leftmost side of the table here, we have the 4 classification rule types. We have the number of words, sections, and clauses, and then we have the final score. And as you can see, they measure around the 20 to 24 range, which is in the very confusing category. This is somewhat expected. So, how does the online tool work? Well, it is a web-based tool in which you answer a series of questions about your device, and then it ultimately gives you the risk device classification. It has 19 possible screens or questions that it can ask, and just over 3,000 words. The number of words on the screen are very, very minimal. So on the left-hand side, hopefully you'll be able to see it via video. If not, you'll be able to see it in the paper much more clearly. The question is, is the device invasive in the body, or if it's surgically invasive? Underneath is some explanatory text, and then below the blue bar is the answer the user can select. We added up all of the screens, and we gave it the reading score computation, and we ended up with a score of 28, and it's very confusing, but this is less so than the regulatory text, which had anywhere from 20 to 24. The online decision tree looks like this. You go through from the top to bottom, and you can make a number of different choices. So you won't go through all the different choices, so it's much simplified. So it's probably a lot more simplified than we're letting on with using the reading score test, because you have far fewer decisions to make. It's a lot easier in that sense. There's also a subtree. So if it's an active device, there's another set of questions that get asked as well. You can read more about this in the paper. So can this process be simplified? So how can we go about doing this? Well, we have a task, and we decided that the task might be, can we predict the risk class based on the device's description? And we use support vector machines for multi-class classification. So our device descriptions we found using the data that the regulatory authority has. We had around 60,000 devices, and we counted up the description length, and they were between 3 and 35 words. You can see on the histogram on the side there. And in our results, we did a cross-validated. We split it 80% training and validation, and we did a testing set of 20%. And overall, we achieved 82% accuracy. Now, that doesn't give it all, because we have a multi-class. So how did it do with each class? Well, we can see for each of the classes, they did extremely well. Class 1, we're interested in the F1 score, which is a harmonic between the precision and recall. We have F1 score really great for class 1, also really great for class 3, but it gets a little muddled between class 2A and class 2B. And if we look at our ROC curve, we can see that visualized a little bit. And we have a heat map, which kind of shows where a confusion matrix, where we can see where some of the mistakes were being made. So often for class 2A, it was confusing it a lot with class 1, which is no risk. And this is class 2A, if you recall, is moderately low risk. It's just one step above. And similarly for the class 2A, slightly confused between class 1 and class 2A. But for class 3, it was quite good. So at the extremes, the device, the classifier does really well, and in the middle, perhaps a little bit more work is necessary. But really, overall, quite good, given the simplistic model that we had used. So medical device regulation is a complex area of governance. There's a lot of rules and a lot of regulations. To get these devices to market, you have to be able to produce a lot of information that the regulator has to assess. We suggest that the digital government, approach should reuse the information and data that they already provide. So if they have all of this data, they can train their own classifiers and be able to much better predict, based on the description, what kind of device it's going to be. And we demonstrate with this very simple piece of information, we can get very, very high levels of accuracy. However, we would also suggest that we might not even throw out the decision tree model, because that's quite useful. And this is something that the classifier can't give you. And that is a step through of all of the different rules so you can understand perhaps why and interpretability. Why is your device a certain class? Which features of it make it this class? The current tool doesn't provide this. It only, if you go back, it just starts over again. It gives you an answer without really providing what the reasons were. So in that sense, using the medical device description and using the machine learning approach is quite good. If the online tool provided this extra interpretability, that might be much better then. And that might give users a much more fuller understanding of how to get these devices to market quickly and safely. Thank you very much. Again, very much apologize for not being able to join with all of you there. Very sorely missed. If you have any questions about the work, my email's on the screen. I'd be very happy to take any questions, and please do read the paper when the proceedings are published. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for not being able to join you all in Athens.
Right, okay. So then next one is about digital technology governance on taxation.
Hello everyone. This is Fatima Ahmadizalati. I'm the lead author of this paper, and the co-authors are Grace Walsh, Adeboyega Ojo, and Emer Mulligan. Today I'm presenting you this paper on the governance of digital technology in tax administration. This research is supported by the Irish Research Council. Tax administrations are increasingly adopting digital technologies to meet the challenges of globalization and the pressure to reduce tax collection gaps and boost governments' access to the financial resources necessary to meet their respective development needs. However, the adoption and implementation of new systems and technologies require effective IT or technology governance. This is necessary as good governance can maximize the value delivery from IT or technology investments. According to the World Economic Forum, public institutions must embed strong governance principles, build a long-term vision, and establish trust serving their citizens. This indicates the scope for improvement with regards to IT and technology governance to support public administration service transformation. Despite government's effort to encourage the development of IT governance, little is known about how IT is governed in government organizations. From the few existing research efforts in public domain, no research investigates digital technology governance model and governance capabilities in tax administration. While IT resources remain potential sources of value, they are not sufficient to create sustained innovation in public sector organizations, if not accompanied by IT governance capabilities. IT governance is defined as the organizational capability to control the formulation and implementation of IT resources and strategies in the organization, and to help the organization gain higher value from IT and IT investment. However, a one-size-fits-all IT governance approach is not appropriate when studying organizations from across sectors, and a failure to address sectoral differences is a critical mistake. Obviously, there are contextual differences between public and private organizations as well, and that needs to be considered when developing technology governance. This paper adopts a descriptive case study methodology with a qualitative approach to investigate and understand the governance of digital technology in tax administration. This method is relevant to this study as it allows us to study a small number of people who are central to a narrative. Therefore, the participants in this study consist of technology leader, operations leader, and customer service leader within a large tax administration in a northern European country. The selected case is internationally respected and well known for its unique technological innovation and is highly ranked amongst its OECD peers for ease of paying tax. We are specifically interested in these three leadership views so that we can understand how governance of new digital technologies is viewed and understood by each of the three key perspectives and what capabilities are convergent and complementary. Guided by extant literature and in-depth interviews of the three leaders, this research examines the important capabilities that are required to govern digital technologies. To analyze the interview's data, we employed IPA approach to give us the best opportunity to explore and understand the innermost deliberation of the real-life experiences of the three leaders. The coding of the collected data was conducted in a flexible manner with an iterative approach to identify thematically coherent interpretations of the data and the concept of technology governance. NVivo software, which is a well-known qualitative data analysis software platform, was used to organize, code, and analyze our rich qualitative data and to obtain rigor in dealing with such data. Guided by our research methodology, this research will answer to these two research questions. What specific digital technology governance capabilities are considered critical to generating value from digital technologies in tax administration? And how can these capabilities be appropriated to functional leaderships in tax administration? In research question 1, using the IT governance conceptual framework, we attempt to understand what are the key capability types and areas that are required for tax administration to govern digital technologies. In research question 2, we aim to examine how the three perspectives see the importance of digital technology governance in the organization and what governance capabilities are needed from these three functional views. Answers to these two research questions will advance our understanding of the importance of digital technology governance from an integrated leadership viewpoints. To understand what capabilities are required to govern implementation of digital technologies in tax administration, we reviewed the IT governance literature and developed an IT governance conceptual framework. As you can see in this slide, the developed IT governance conceptual framework in the public sector classified IT governance according to three IT governance capability constructs: decision-making structure, which is all about connection. It relates to the responsibilities for various activities that are associated with the use of IT in the organization. Next is processes, which is all about coordination. It defines different approaches that can guide decision-making and control of these activities. And last but not the least is relational mechanisms. It's all about collaboration. It includes all the practices that are designed to facilitate and manage formal and informal communication and interactions between both internal actors and external partners. Applying the framework to our empirical data revealed 10 different digital technology governance areas in tax administration. As you can see in this slide, the 10 governance capability areas are structured based on the three constructs: decision-making structure construct, processes, and relational capabilities construct. The management and monitoring structure capability includes having board members and senior management responsible for technology governance and ensuring realistic and feasible technology developments and solutions for the organization. At the project level, the project steering committee is formed to control and monitor activities and processes involved in the new digital and technologically enabled initiative. Processes include IT management and monitoring processes, IT decision-making processes, technology quality measurement processes, compliance management, data management, and the processes involved in identification of service users' needs and preferences. Relational capabilities to govern successful implementation of digital technologies in tax administration includes ideation, engagement and strategic alliance, and innovation culture and training. I would like to use this opportunity to invite every one of you to visit the paper for more detailed information on each of these new technology governance capability areas in tax administration. In research question 2, we aim to provide answers to what are the convergent and complementary viewpoints of the three leaders we have interviewed on the digital technology governance in tax administration. Data suggests that the three leadership views converged on the following areas: strategic alignment, real-time data collection and processing, engagement and collaboration. In addition to the convergent views, data supports that each leadership role brings a unique views on capabilities required to govern digital technology implementation in tax administration. Data suggests well-balanced convergent leadership viewpoints. A strategic alignment. There is a significant strategic alignment between the three leaders. This manifests in the overarching shared objective to use digital technology to ensure that taxation happens by default and as naturally as possible. Real-time data. Data suggests that there is an appreciation for the right choice of digital technology adoption that provides a rich source of data to support operations and to harness the power of technology and data available to the organization. Engagement and collaboration. External engagement in a variety of forms such as public consultation, idea generation through working with external stakeholders is regarded as fundamental to continued progress by all members. These approaches to digital technology governance and the acknowledge of external engagement and collaboration illustrates the closeness between the administration and service users, which in turn facilitate open communication and an understanding of user needs. Findings revealed numbers of complementary leadership viewpoints as well. The first is the technology leader views on the digital technology governance in the tax administration. The technology leader has a high-level view of the organization, and they are best placed to understand the potential implication of the technological innovation for the organization. They ensure staff have access to the tools, technologies, and supports that enable them to experiment and engage in new procedures and techniques. Some of the key technology governance capabilities of the technology leader include assessment, adoption, and implementation process of new technological solution and the maintenance decisions. Establishing appropriate governance measures. Overseeing the relationships with business partners and third parties. Assessment of the organizational impact of new technologies. Coordination of the governance steering group. Development of in-house skills and capabilities. The operations leadership is central to the daily functions of the administration, ensuring the processes and activities necessary for the technological solution to succeed are in place. Some of the key technology governance capabilities of the operational leader include developing guidelines and manuals to support technological solutions while ensuring alignment to the legislative requirements, noting areas for improvement, assessing how the technology fulfills service user requirements and coordinate co-creation with service users. Knowledge acquisition that facilitate daily processes and activities central to technology deployment. Developing innovative programs, supporting an innovation culture, and developing IT personnel. Having enough high-level knowledge to monitor international developments in both public and private sector. The last but not the least, we are looking at customer service leader views of the digital technology governance. The customer service leadership is primarily concerned with the satisfaction of service users. Some of the key technology governance capabilities of the customer service leader include truly understanding users' digital journey via analysis of key metrics and data. Designing an increasingly desirable platform that meets user requirements through analysis of information emerging from existing technologies. Ensuring that legislative requirements such as GDPR are fulfilled and data management practices are adhered to. Engaging in collaborative design processes to facilitate co-creation of solutions with key stakeholders and engaging with other public administrations, ensuring that technology is used deliberately and transparently while maximizing the value of data and provide real-time insights, and actively engaging with multiple governance layers. To conclude, this work investigates the digital technology governance capabilities in tax administration from the three major leadership functions in this administration. Analysis of the data emerging from these three complementary and convergent perspectives provided a robust understanding of the key capabilities within tax administration and advances our understanding of how an integrated leadership views can impact the effectiveness of digital technology governance in tax administration. This study extends previous research in that it helps to explain the multiple views to digital technology governance within a public organization. This study contributes to existing knowledge by presenting an interdependent and holistic model for implementing effective digital technology governance in public administration. While the adopted constructs could be viewed as organizational capabilities and relevant for similar studies, determining the optimal mix of the three constructs would be dependent on the organizational context. Future empirical work can provide more insights into the design of these three governance elements in other organizational contexts. Thank you for your attention and goodbye. Hello everyone. This is Fatima Ahmadi Zalati.
Okay.
I'm the
Right. So we go to the next one, which is about evaluating e-government services in Rwanda this time. I think we are ready to hear it.
Dear participants, good day. My name is Solange Mukamurenzi, and I'm glad to take part in this conference. I'm going to present a paper entitled An Information Systems Artifact Approach to Evaluate E-Government Services in Rwanda. Starting from the introduction, the technology is universal and develops rapidly while use contexts differ widely and are slow to change. Hence, digitalization efforts must go hand in hand with process innovation. In Rwanda, e-government is developing. There are around 100 e-government services on the national platform, and the positive trends are also being observed through the advancement of online services. These services, however, are yet to be evaluated. So the main question comes out as how? Therefore, the objective of this research is designing an improved process for evaluating e-government services in Rwanda. Rwanda is the least developed country in East Africa, pursuing ambitious digitalization goals through universal adoption of ICT in all kinds of fields so as to achieve rapid development. In Rwanda, the e-government initiatives are guided by the national ICT strategic plans that have been in place since the year 2000. There are also some institutions in place, such as the Ministry in charge of ICT and Innovation and the Rwanda Information Society Authority in charge of implementation and coordination of ICT policies and programs at the national level. The most big initiative in e-government service delivery is known as Irembo. Irembo is a Kinyarwanda word that means gateway. So this is the national portal through which government services are provided. There are other services, though, that are provided by various institutions, government institutions, via their own websites. Though all these services are being provided, their quality is yet to be assessed. This is when the National Strategy for Transformation has envisaged that in the year 2024, all government services will be online and citizen satisfaction will be at the level of 90%. That's from 69% in the year 2018. Other institutions in place include the Rwanda Governance Board, which is in charge of monitoring service delivery and citizen perception. It does so to offer service improvement recommendations to providers, but RGB is also yet to have methods for evaluating online services. Therefore, service providers at the moment have no means to regularly access users' opinions on which they would base service quality improvement decisions. The present research is part of a project that has followed the design science research approach by HERNA, and drawing on the results of an earlier study on e-government implementation in Rwanda, the present research focuses on the last steps of the design science research methodology, namely design and development, demonstration and evaluation. The present research draws on the information systems artifact model by Lee and colleagues. This model considers alignment between social, information, and technology artifacts It considers these artifacts as key to successful technology-based innovations, and all these three artifacts are subject to design. The social artifact consists of relationships or interactions to solve problems, achieve goals, or serve a specific purpose. That's as per the definition of Lee and colleagues. They also define the information artifact as an instantiation of information where the instantiation occurs through a human act, either directly or indirectly, in a given context, while the technology artifact is a human-created tool to solve a problem, achieve a goal, or serve a purpose that is either defined, perceived, or felt. The Rwanda Online Service Evaluation, or ROSE, approach that this research suggests builds a prototype of a technical artifact and suggests an information and a social artifact. These aim at improving the current evaluation process in place, which is summative, and suggest a new design that is more cooperative and inclusive of both service providers and users, in order to be able to better align service processes with user needs. The new design utilizes user feedback and allows service providers and monitoring organizations to conduct formative evaluations in addition to the summative evaluations that are currently being conducted. So the prototype that has been developed of an online service evaluation is based on 13 quality dimensions identified as important for e-government service evaluation in Rwanda. So the figure here, ROSE evaluation process, presents the evaluation cycle, different parts that makes ROSE artifact. So ROSE facilitates providers and evaluators to design service evaluation. It facilitates users to participate in the evaluations, but also is a means of data storage, retrieval and processing, and also provide providers and evaluators with the possibility to view the evaluation result at any moment. After the development of the prototype was tested through an online user survey with students, teachers, and administrative staff in a university. Those who have previously used e-government services in Rwanda took part, and then also semi-structured interviews with senior managers from 6 organizations. Those organizations are involved in a way or another in the e-government initiatives. They include the Ministry in charge of ICT and Innovation. They include the Rwanda Information Society Authority that I mentioned earlier as in charge of implementing and coordinating ICT policies and programs. The Irembo Limited, the company that develops the one-stop portal that I also mentioned earlier, and also the Rwanda Governance Board in charge of monitoring service delivery and citizens' perception with those services. In addition to those 4 organizations, there are 2 service providers representing the providers in this specific research. Those are the City of Kigali, in charge of online building permit management, and also the Office of the Registrar General, that is in charge of online registration of companies and enterprises. So for evaluation to take place, the different stakeholders have to agree on what to evaluate, why, but also how. The result of the present research shows that managers found ROSE as introducing several novelties to the Rwandan context. It introduces measures of quality of services which are currently not in place, and also a possibility for service providers to conduct formative evaluations in order to guide their actions for improvement, but also for further development. Managers also found ROSE as easy to use. Evaluators supported ROSE as a possibility for providers to do self-assessments that could be both timelier and provide information more specific to challenges of each of the service providers. The survey respondents found ROSE as easy to use, as benefiting service users and providers, but also as a means useful to help government improve services. As far as the information system artifact model is concerned, the results have emphasized the need for the social artifact of involving stakeholders to interact for evaluation. The technology artifact has been found as facilitating service users' involvement in their evaluation and facilitating service providers and evaluators in also designing the evaluation, but also as facilitating what is done in the back and front end of roles, which has been also seen or assessed as an easy to use tool. The information artifact, the use of roles would provide coordinated feedback, making service evaluation, standardization, and comparison possible across services and over time. More and better structured knowledge about user views from the information artifact could also serve as part of the input to inform the laws guiding e-service delivery. At the operational level, the most important aspect is the involvement of middlemen at the rate of 20% only using services for themselves. So the middlemen are involved at the level of 80%. So the large number of these situations where middlemen are involved raises specifically issues regarding the information artifact. Issues to do with privacy when it comes to collecting user views for evaluation, concerns about anonymity, and issues of user identification. So all these indicate that there is a need to carefully consider data processes handling. In general, this research has found that the technical implementation of roles is straightforward. The evaluation of processes is quite an important undertaking in Rwanda, as Rwanda is envisaging to avail all services online with a high level of satisfaction targeted by the year 2024. So the evaluation process design will require the key stakeholders to take lead for roles evaluation process to be used in Rwanda. These stakeholders would involve RISA with the expertise in ICT. It would involve evaluation organizations. It would involve policymakers that are responsible of ICT to come together and take lead, or either of the institution to take lead for this exercise to take place. So ROSE calls for changes in the processes of involved organizations to accommodate evaluation requirements. In conclusion, this research that aimed at designing an improved process for evaluating e-government services in Rwanda has followed design science research, and based on the information systems artifact model has tested the developed process on both users and managers. The present research has showed that the proposed evaluation model was very well received. The critical change that is required concerns the organizational issues, the social artifact. The specific design of ROSE approach is tied to Rwanda and cannot be generalized to other countries. However, the information systems artifact model for analyzing needs and opportunities can be used and useful elsewhere to avoid the technical-centric perspective on digital services while taking into consideration users' perspectives. So the more critical aspect, which is on the organization side, requires new operational models, requires modified roles for involved organizations, and potentially new registrations regarding data handling. The present research forms a starting point for conducting further research on e-government, further research on e-government and its evaluation in Rwanda, but also in other countries with similar social economic preconditions. Further research in line with the present research could test a real process set up for feasibility, effectiveness, and efficiency. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay. So we have one more, which is about biometric authentication and citizens' right to food. And we're going to India this time. So let's hear that one.
Hello, I'm Nikita from India, and I work as a research associate at Center for IT and Public Policy at the International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. Today I will be presenting the key findings of our research paper, Digital Biometric Authentication and People's Right to Food, Neglect of the Local in India's Aadhaar-enabled public distribution system. Let me start my presentation by providing a brief background about Aadhaar. Aadhaar is a unique digital biometric identity system of India, which was introduced in the year 2010 to promote inclusion of marginalized sections. The legal backing provided to Aadhaar after the introduction of Aadhaar Act in 2016 mandated its linking with various welfare schemes to ensure better inclusion, plug leakages, and also promote financial inclusion of the poor. However, several concerns have been raised by research scholars against this mandatory linking of Aadhaar on the ground of privacy breach and exclusion from the access of government services. There were also reports of starvation death when Aadhaar-enabled PDS was newly introduced due to lack of proper linkage with Aadhaar. The study also revealed a monthly exclusion of beneficiaries from PDS due to Aadhaar-related factors as close to 1.2 million in August 2017 in 3 provinces of the country. For reasons such as these, there has been a paradigm shift in research in the area of e-governance and ICTD to understand the various social structures and actors that shape the working of digital technology projects like AEPDS. In this context, this study uses concepts from complexity theory, which is based on the argument that emphasizes on the existence of heterogeneous and non-linear relationships in social structures. Our study uses this argument to explain some vital issues that are prevalent in e-governing projects like AEPDS and examines the heterogeneity of factors involved and the nature of emergent relationships. This study has 3 broad objectives, which tries to examine the functioning of Aadhaar-based authentication in PDS through the lens of complexity theory to understand the varied experience of beneficiaries of welfare schemes. It also tries to investigate how effective digital biometric authentication has been in improving the quality of service and reducing leakages and other malpractices at the local level. Finally, it tries to examine the extent to which the biometric authentication system has been successful in substituting the role of key intermediary, that is the PDS dealer, who is often viewed as corrupt by policymakers and project designers. Now, proceeding to the methodology of the study, we collected the data by conducting structured interviews in 2 provinces of India, namely Jharkhand and Karnataka, with the help of a professional survey agency. These provinces were selected on the basis of the level of their Aadhaar PDS linkage and also on the general maturity with respect to the presence of a digital infrastructure. The households were interviewed in 4 gram panchayats or village administrative units within 2 chosen districts and sub-districts in each province. In each gram panchayat, approximately 100 households were interviewed. So in total, 1,600 households were interviewed in both provinces. The survey instrument designed for the interview mainly consisted of closed-ended questions. The households in the below poverty line category are those who were extremely poor, having Aadhaar number, household ration card, job cards, and beneficiaries of Social Security pension were interviewed. Basic descriptive statistics was used for computing survey data to capture various aspects of respondents' authentication experience and participation in AEPDS. Further, a second round of follow-up interviews were conducted to obtain in-depth information about beneficiaries' experience in accessing food grains through AEPDS. These interviews were conducted through telephone, and 15 respondents accepted to be interviewed out of 40 to 50 respondents who previously participated in the survey. Before going forward to explain the findings of the study, it is important to have an idea on some details of respondents and households. Table 1 shows details of respondents. As we can see here, male respondents are close to 1,000, whereas female respondents are close to 600. Nearly 500 respondents were in the age group of 40 to 50 years, and the education level of close to 550 respondents was only up to grade 5. Now coming to household characteristics, it is evident from table 2 that most of them were engaged in agriculture and construction work for daily wages, and close to 900 households' monthly income was in the income range of rupees 5,000 to rupees 10,000. With this basic understanding about respondents and households, we can now proceed to findings of our study. The findings of the study can be captured under 3 heads, that is, authentication experience, quantity and quality issues, and the role of PDS dealer. But before that, it is important to understand what PDS is and what are its functions. The public distribution system is a welfare scheme which provides subsidized food grains and other household items to poor households. In 2016, the Government of India, and along with UIDAI, the statutory authority that issues unique identity number, made Aadhaar linking with PDS mandatory and introduced Aadhaar-based biometric authentication, or also known as Aadhaar-enabled public distribution system, to improve inclusion of poor households, weed out bogus ration cards, and reduce leakages. But prior to the introduction of AEPDS, distribution of monthly ration was purely based on the personal identification of PDS dealer. Keeping this in the background, we can now try to understand the 3 important findings of the study. The first finding tries to capture the authentication experience of beneficiaries. ABBA, which was introduced to reduce leakages and to leverage instant verification, requires a beneficiary procuring food grains from the PDS to prove that he or she is a genuine beneficiary by undergoing verification on an electronic point of sale machine, which involves capturing biometrics, mainly fingerprint. Under this system, one or more than one beneficiary in a household whose name is included in the ration card can undergo verification. 92% sample households received monthly food grains from PDS, out of which 58% women and 31% men underwent verification. In some households, both men and women underwent the process. The authentication is considered successful only when a beneficiary is able to verify on the ePOS at first attempt. Intact fingerprint and stable network and power supply are prerequisites for smooth functioning of ABBA. But factors like old age and excessive manual work involving the usage of fingers and intermittent power supply Wi-Fi and unstable internet connection are the factors that may lead to authentication failure. Almost 50% of beneficiaries in our study experienced authentication failure because of fingerprint mismatch, a condition in which the fingerprint of a beneficiary is not recognized on the ePOS. They, especially women, require either 2 to 5 attempts or 5 to 8 attempts to verify. Authentication failure was also caused due to poor internet connectivity, as the fingerprint of the beneficiary has to match with the one stored on the central RR server. The beneficiaries in our study revealed that they either had to wait in long queues for several hours at PDS or had to return home and go to the PDS the following day to collect ration whenever they experienced authentication issues. Though 40% beneficiaries did receive food grains using alternative method of verification like one-time password in the instance of authentication failure, they had to bear the inconvenience of undergoing the entire authentication process only to secure 2 square meals a day. In this way, the Aadhaar-based authentication system has put the dignity of beneficiaries at stake. The next pertinent question to be asked is whether or not the system of ABBA has reduced leakages of food grains. More than 65% of our sample households have reported that they did not receive monthly food grains in stipulated quantity. The system was also introduced with the purpose that PDS dealers could provide an account for ration distributed every month. The beneficiary revealed some households enjoyed the advantage of receiving food grains more than the stipulated quantity because of their personal relationship with the PDS dealer. The response reflects the fact that the objective of fair distribution of AEPDS is far from being achieved. Further, 42% beneficiaries experience issues related to quality of food grains. Though ABBA does not have much to do with the quality of food grains, it has created an environment where beneficiaries now perceive that they are receiving food grains as a dole from the government rather than viewed as the rightful thing. The third major finding of our study highlights the important role the key intermediary, that is the PDS dealer, plays in the distribution of food grains even after the implementation of AEPDS. As mentioned earlier, the system introduced to replace the role of PDS dealer in the distribution of ration. But it is ironic that the prevalence of uncertainties in ABBA has only increased the dependence on PDS dealers, who now also help the beneficiaries in interacting with the complex technology like ABBA. Most beneficiaries also reveal that they maintain a personal and cordial relationship with the dealer, mostly arranged on the lines of caste and political affiliation. A respondent who participated in the follow-up interview revealed that the dealer would personally deliver food grains to his house after the emergence of pandemic, and all he needed to do was to message the PDS dealer about the food grains which was required for his household. The response not only reflects the important role which the PDS dealer plays in the distribution of food grains, but also emphasizes on the fact that he continues to have a dominant say in the functioning of PDS. The findings stated above reflect a few crucial aspects about a technological system like ABBA. Firstly, it echoes the popular saying, one size fits all, without acknowledging the various dimensions underlying the problems, nor the infrastructure insufficiencies in rural contexts and the differences that could exist at the individual level due to their specific lifestyle and work choices. The AEPDS neglects the aspect of dependence on human agency in the functioning of welfare schemes like PDS and doesn't recognize the resulting deep-rooted kinship ties based on caste and political affiliation, as in the case of PDS dealer and beneficiaries. Through such ties, the dealer helps them in securing food grains in difficult times. But on the other hand, some beneficiaries continue to experience quantity-related issues from the PDS dealer. So it may be difficult for a centralized technological design like a bar to replace them, and the dealers continue to be the central actor in the distribution of ration. Moreover, the blame of leakages in PDS is now being shifted to the beneficiaries and the collusive arrangements with the PDS dealers, while AEPDS is still viewed as instrumental in bringing about better inclusion of households, minimize exclusion rate, and keep a check on the dealer, thereby creating a hassle-free and instant verification system. The findings of the study highlighted how local continues to be complex in diversity of its constituents because not all our sample households were similar in character. Also, not all beneficiaries subscribe to the imagination of a healthy adult body to be able to meet the demands of uncertain technology. This is the aspect which technology designs like AEPDS fail to acknowledge in the local social context. So it could be concluded that a deeper engagement to understand the local in all its complexity and designing digital governance technologies for flexibility in a way that can be adapted to incorporate specificities of diverse contexts may be much more desirable option for projects like AEPDs. So this is a brief overview of our study. Please feel free to write to us if there are any questions, comments and feedback. Thank you.
Right, okay. So I must admit this was far by being my favorite sharing session. But so one more, I think we have one more motive to go out of this COVID situation so that we have a better conferences in terms of experience. But anyway, thank you very much for having the patience to be here until the end. We have a lunch break now, and then we have more sessions, and then a panel at the end of the day. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. There are 2 more sessions on digital transformation tomorrow. So thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello? Is it on? Yes, it is. Ah. Hello, welcome to paper session 10, Digital Governance in Light of Social, Political, Economic and Environmental Crises. My name is Noella Edelman. I'm from the Danube University in Krems, Department of E-Governance and Administration. And I am here in a dual role. I am both your track chair, and I am also the first presenter. For each paper, we have 15 minutes time for presentation, 5 minutes for questions. In this session, we have 5 papers. We have 3 physical presentations and 2 online presentations, so 2 videos. I will, as a track chair, tell myself as an author to stop after 15 minutes. So I will set my alarm so that I stop talking after 15 minutes. I hope you will ask me lots of questions afterwards, because I will find it a bit hard to ask myself questions. And yeah, let's have a good session then. So last year, I started researching the topic of telework in public sector organizations. And during the course of my research and literature review, I realized that telework research is actually something rather old. And I came across a colleague of mine who I knew through other projects in the area of e-government, had also done a lot of work. And together we decided to write a paper on research on telework, comparing research from the mid-1990s to research on telework during the COVID pandemic. So what are we looking at? We're looking at telework, we're looking at the impact of telework on the way people work, and the impact of telework on organizations. So I don't know what you were doing in the 1990s. I was listening to Nirvana. Jeremy Millard did a lot of work for the European Commission on telework, and he was very surprised when I called him, because he's like, well, actually, telework is dead. Yeah, to somebody who just started doing a lot of telework in 2020, I was very surprised by this comment. But that is the impact that the COVID pandemic has had on telework. So what do we gain by comparing the results, the research results from research in the 1990s to research conducted last year? What conclusions can we draw from this for future work, telework, and research on telework and work? In particular, what we're looking at here is how it impacts organizational change. So what is telework? What is telework for you? Aliyah, what is telework? What's another word for telework? What's the word you use? Okay. Okay. Anybody else? What's another word for telework? What's the word you use at work? Gentleman at the back. Thank you, because indeed there are lots of words. There's teleworking, commuting, home working, working at a distance, off-site workers, remote work, mobile working. There's a lot of different words. So basically what it denotes, as all of you correctly pointed out, it is about using ICT and working at a location anywhere else that is not the ordinary place where you normally work. Teleworkers are employees who use ICT tools to perform their work at home or in another location, and that is an important distinction, especially when developing a legal framework, outside the employer's premises. And finally, more recently, it's a form of work that supports and is able to provide flexibility, and it also leads to the dissolution of traditional spatial, temporal, or organizational boundaries of work. What are the two characteristics? What are the factors that enable telework? One is technology, and the other is the way work is organized, which is why then we have to consider organizational change. So what were the questions we were asking? We wanted to know what are the themes, what are the relevant themes to organizational change in public sector organizations that arise from employers and employees' experiences of telework made before and during the pandemic. And this is important because the research, the focus of research on telework has changed. How do disruptions impact the way individuals work in public sector organizations? This is important because a lot of previous or older research focuses mainly on the private sector. How can telework be understood as a surrogate for organizational change in public sector organizations? So what is the idea behind this research question? Is that telework was what caused, what enabled telework to happen, and on the basis of these results, what can we say about future research topics on telework in public sector organizations? So the aim of this study, it was a qualitative study, was to identify themes, recurring themes. So what are the themes that are similar in research from the 1990s and in 2020, as well as what's different about the research results gained. And we used an inductive approach. The data, the sources, were from a variety of different literature. So it wasn't just academic literature. We looked at policy papers, we looked at grey literature, we looked at case studies, and we used a snowballing literature approach on the literature from 1995 to 2021. So Jeremy was involved in 1995 in the development of something called the Telework Week, which was funded by the European Commission. And the idea was to encourage telework in Europe, make it more acceptable, show what are the possibilities for businesses, for society. And so at this time, it was very interesting because telework was completely understood in a different ways, and the idea was to develop islands of telework where people could go and telework instead of going to their organization. The research on telework prior to COVID-19 showed very similar results, but this is very interesting because Baru, who was studying telework at individual, organizational, and national level, said it is unlikely that teleworking will reach a very high level of application in the foreseeable future. It seemed that only a strong external input, for example, the possible catastrophic option of energy or transportation crisis, can cause telework to accelerate. Then came COVID. And that seems pretty much as one of those catastrophic events. So the qualitative studies that I conducted last year was based on semi-structured interviews, where I interviewed 40 people from a public university and a federal ministry in Austria. And I asked them about the arrangements, the telework arrangements during the pandemic. I asked them about their working processes and how they collaborate, and what their future expectations are about the implementation of remote work or telework in their own organizations. In order to analyze the data, which is comparing the research from the 1990s and 2020, we used document analysis, and we took a grounded theory approach to code the data. Following the first cycle of coding, we then categorized the codes into themes and then clustered these themes. So one of the main effects of telework is probably this feeling of like, When you're at home, you're working the whole time. And in fact, in a lot of studies, you may have participated in some of these studies. One of the questions they always ask you is, how about your productivity? And a lot of results are look at the results show that there's higher levels of productivity, both using indicators as well as self-perceived productivity, or, for example, team leaders seeing an increase in productivity in their team or with their employees. So we clustered the themes that we found by positive experiences made with teleworking, negative experiences, and their future expectations. And I don't know if you can really see this so well, but basically we see that, where's the pointer here? I've lost the point. The top, yeah, there we go, I found it. So, in the 90s, mid-90s, very much the positive experiences were personal work benefits, personal non-work benefits, and organizational workplace benefits. So what do we see? It's easier to control your work, to plan your work. People feel more productive, they're more motivated, they are able to organize their personal family life better, and they have more time for being with their family and not having to work, and reduce commuting. For the organization, there was a reduction in a range of costs, such as, I keep on losing this one, there we go. No, not doing very well with this one. There we go, and now. In terms of negative experiences, there were, again, personal work concerns, organizational concerns, and technology concerns, which is, for example, feeling cut off from your colleagues, being forgotten in decision-making. By not being seen, you are kind of like forgotten. People forget that you are there, and that there are reduced career prospects. I've lost this thing again. It's not working very well. Maybe time for a new battery. There we go. It comes off and on, but we'll replace it afterwards. For the moment, it's okay. So, yeah, other concerns or problems with organizational communication. Management has to address new types of complexity, and there is also a kind of like stigma and problems by saying that some of the people at work are workers and the other ones are non-teleworkers. And very often in the mid-1990s, the problem was a problem with the technology that was available. In terms of future expectations, they addressed areas such as, what are the formal rules and regulations? What are the facilities people have at home in order to be able to telework? Is telework an option in the organization? There is a need for technical skills and infrastructure, but there's also a need for management skills and also to adapt urban planning. So this was why in the mid-1990s, there was this idea to develop telework clusters so that people didn't have to travel maybe 100 kilometers to their organization, but maybe only 10 kilometers to one of these islands. In terms of the research results from 2020, we see very similar results, but we also see a slight change. So it's positive experiences are more personal positive experiences. So there's not so much a distinction between personal work benefits, but personal positive benefits. Another positive experience is the way teams have organized and were able to collaborate together. There were benefits such as workspace benefits. Loss of control, that shouldn't be there, that's a negative one. Sorry, that must have switched. So in terms of negative experiences, there's loss of personal control. Team collaboration and leadership is very complex, and it is very difficult to determine tasks and tools. In terms of future expectations, we again see very similar to the 1990s. you need implementation frameworks. There are personal and social factors you need to consider. Competences have to be developed in the employees. The organizational and management change needs to occur. And again, we have here infrastructure must change. But in addition to that, we have to consider the whole of government as well as impact and policy. So there are a lot of similarities. The differences in the results from the 1990s to 2020 are not that massive. So what does this mean? What are the implications for organizational change in the public sector? Well, on the one hand, we see that organizations in the 1990s were technology driven, but change was slow. It was in stages. It was change management and organizational change was organized. It was very top down, and there were phases that were followed. There were stages, and it was a linear way of following through organizational change. In 2020, we're also technology driven, but we are also shock driven by innovations in technology, and that makes it slightly different. So the organizational change has to be fast and has to be implemented quickly. So we also have to consider issues such as resilience. What the results show for the future is that people still want to engage in telework. Nearly everybody wants to engage in telework. Hybrid work will probably become the norm. It'll be across all demographics and job types, but we have to be careful of a threat of two classes of workers or teleworkers, where some will really be able to profit from it, and some people will just experience the downside or the problematic aspects of telework. Organizational change will have to be continuous, systemic, radical, and multidirectional. So it won't be a linear process. It won't be steps or clear-cut phases, but it will be continuous, and it will be a continuous process of change. This means that we will have to consider several different types of drivers and enablers, and we will also have to consider different types of innovation, and to consider what is the impact of different types of innovation, especially in combination with each other. There will have to be structural change. There will have to be structural change, which is both as a response to internal needs, but also as a response to external needs. And these responses will have to support organizations be more resilient. Telework will be a standard part of the organizational and digital strategy. And actually, we should consider saying the organizational digital strategy, or the digital organizational strategy. It shouldn't be organizational and digital, but it will become a fixed part of the strategy. Public sector organizations will have to develop new frameworks and strategies that support not only telework, but other new ways of working. Public sector organizations have been very, very slow in the uptake of telework previous to or before the pandemic. They were never very open for it, but the pandemic showed that they are able to respond quickly, that they are able to respond creatively, and this is the kind of impetus that is wished for by a lot of people working in the public sector, and that processes which had to be adapted quickly in order to continue providing services should be maintained. They shouldn't be discarded in order to go back to the old way of doing things. This will require systems thinking, widespread systems thinking, digital collaboration to be the norm. And this will allow them to become modern employers and attractive employers, because one of the big problems that the public sector has is that they are unable to attract the innovative people that are needed in order to keep on driving the innovation and the development of the organization. The term telework will probably not exist in future. It'll become meaningless because it is just a way of saying, I am working. So what does this mean for future research? For future research, we will have to consider the impact of disruptive fourth industrial revolution technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning on people and organizations in the public sector. Another issue that we will be looking at in future is, what does this mean? What does the use of such technologies and ICT mean for people and organizations when they do all the heavy work? What do employees within public sector organizations do with their employees? What competences do they need in order to offer the services to citizens and business and society? Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions. I would also really appreciate if you have any other ideas for future research that we should conduct in public sector organizations. Thank you. So, following that flawless presentation, any questions? I have to go back here, sorry, back on my perch.
And there was much better from management. For the second phase, after it took more time, we started feeling disconnected and unable to perform teamwork, and not able to evolve new ideas, because brainstorming and the environment at work helps us come up with new ideas and learn. I think we need to start doing not in a cross-sectional way, but with time. Meaning, when you are starting to work systems, there are phases. So this will help you in using the hybrid model that should be the future are really going to. The future is hybrid, but how to arrange the hybrid model, I think it should be arranged in a combination of time. This is a good idea for the future.
So to follow groups a long time and to compare the results or the things they're saying over time. I agree with you. We all felt this after the initial excitement. We learned, we were working a lot. We were mixing private life with work, and we were learning new tools. So there was a fatigue. Yeah, it wasn't just the work fatigue; it was the fatigue of also learning the new tools and changing and changing very quickly, which makes us tired. And we were surprised by it. We were surprised that we were tired. People got fed up with not seeing their colleagues, and the initial excitement of working in your gymnastic trousers or in your pajamas. I fully agree. It comes in waves, and I think it would definitely be very interesting to follow across time, to do longitudinal studies. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think now all of the organizations are working to hybrid, and everybody should put their own models.
Yeah. And we will probably have this again, where with hybrid, where we eventually find a way of working hybrid, and then we're learning, and then we'll have a fatigue again. I think we will have to adapt to it. Yeah. Any more questions? Yeah.
It's quite difficult to follow
Yeah. Obviously, there are some sectors where it just where we assume that neither telework nor hybrid work will function, right? I mean, if I go right to the very beginning, yeah. Some, you know, do you want to be in that situation? Maybe eventually we will have planes which can be remote controlled and we won't need pilots, yeah? We might sometime in the future be in that place. The thing is that we are now doing work for which nobody has been trained for. A lot of hybrid work and telework and mobile working is a lot learning by doing. It's a lot of self-learning. We haven't, as teachers, none of the teachers, when the pandemic started, none of the teachers had the training to do that kind of teaching. It's only slowly as different kind of platforms were tested and tried that it's okay, some platforms are better, or we have to develop the platforms better. But we need a certain kind of training, yeah, for teachers and for other jobs. And there are some jobs which we probably will never be able to you know, change in that way, because you will need a physical person. But I mean, that is the challenge right now is that people need to have the competences, and it's not just digital competences that people need. It's the social competences. It's the development of a kind of netiquette. I mean, we've all learned how to run meetings on Zoom, and when the pandemic started, none of us knew how to do it. And I think it will just become more sophisticated. And when you train to be a teacher, you will be trained how to run, how to teach in hybrid and in telework mode. Any more questions? Thank you very much. And I will now switch over into my other role as a track chair. And I would like to introduce you to Marlon. Marlon will be presenting a paper on investigating COVID-19 tracing apps as e-government service in a European context. Work together with his colleague Jordana Kasarin. Marlon, the floor is yours. Presentation is ready.
Kind of stage to sing. So let's try.
Switch the slides, and the top button is the pointer.
Okay, so this one, this one.
Yes, that's the pointer, and these are the buttons to switch. If you have any modes, they will show up on the display.
Okay.
So, when you're done, I'll pay the remote for the next person.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Marlon Freire. I'm here to talk a bit about the paper, Investigate COVID-19 Tracing App as a government service in European context. I'm from the Faculty of Engineering of University of Portugal. So that is more or less the structure of the presentation. Basically, in the introduction, that is the motivation. It's a quite a funny situation, because during the lockdown, we are asking to myself, I was asking to myself and also to my friends, you know, to test the COVID apps, because I like to work on the presentation. So, yeah, you don't have much space, though. Yes, I cannot walk too much. But yes, and then we start to ask, I start to ask to my friends, so say, do you like to test and use, the COVID apps? And the people, okay, I can try. And then was a bit, even for people that have a lot of experience with internet, with digital apps, when they started to use in Portugal, was a bit complicated. They, oh my God, it's not so easy to use. And then also, the people started to see that the app was tracing the location, so everywhere. So the app was tracing all directions, all locations that the people have been. So, and the people, okay, that's my privacy, so I don't have privacy here. But okay, Google knows about everything. And then we start to, okay, let's try to see. And then we identified that the digital divide was the main problem to people to use this kind of technology. And also the government, when you are there, there's also instilling the motivation. When you're watching the news, the government didn't know how to explain the technology, how to use actually. So there's a lack of communication to explain to the people how to use that technology. And then also the time, because during the pandemic, the most of the government, I'm talking about Portugal because I was living there, I'm living there, they tried to develop really in the short time and provide this technology really in the short time. And then was a really, really chaotic time there because people didn't know how to use. And the literature, oh, there is a problem here, but okay. So the literature review is about EGOV, for sure. Everyone here knows about EGOV, so, but the context was the G2C, and also about the technology adoption models, just a bit, because the technology adoption model can provide the information that how the people can adopt a technology. So we talk about a bit like that, and also the definition of the contact tracking apps. So basically, is a digital app, a mobile app that try to identify the location that you have been and try to see if you're in contact with someone that was infected. So that is the main objective, the main target of this kind of apps. And also for the health system, they are trying to use this kind of technology. So the methodology was based on exploratory methodology. We first tried to see the name of the app, the culture in the orange of the app, if the app was private sector, public sector, or mixed, multi-stakeholders. So the analysis was okay, quantitative, and then we made 2 questions. So what cultures developed this kind of apps, and how they use this kind of apps? And we, during the investigation, we had some limitation, and also we delimited the research, just investigating culture of the Council of Europe. So the analysis, we started to see the apps and try to download the apps during around 2.5 months. Between that is super nice because during the analysis was in the lockdown time. In Portugal, in the most of the culture was in the lockdown time. That was a nice time to try to investigate and also to download the apps and from everywhere. But we found some limitations because some apps was not available to download because you must be locally in the culture. So we have this kind of limitation. Unfortunately, we did not have this possibility. And also, the information about the app, about how many people are using that, they are not so limited. They are not so a lot of data. And also, how can I say, we say that if the app was available in the official website of the government, then we say that this app is a government service. So that is the main objective. I forgot at the beginning to say. So the analysis, the findings was quite interesting. We can see here the functionality of the app. Actually, the most of them was contact tracing. So to try to identify if someone was in the agglomeration, if someone was infected. Another one, the second finding was most of them was the medical reporting. Then the most of them was self-diagnosed, health info, exposure detection, quarantine, and route tracking. That is super interesting as well, because the contact and the route tracking, they are a bit similar when you're talking about functionality, but they are not. They have some, let's say, something in common, but the contact was more. When you're using the app, we had to add the information. So if I had COVID or not, but this one, the route tracking was just to find track your location. So we found that the most of the countries had more than one app available in the website. So Italy had a lot because the explosion of COVID started there in Europe. And also France had 5 apps there. There is one really interesting app in France that was really with using virtual reality to try to use your mask. So you put your phone like that, and then the app would say, no, you have to use the mask in this way. So it was super nice, super interesting app. So another find, super interesting, was the most of the apps was provided by the government and developed by the government and by the private sector. Some of them also by multi-stakeholders, because normally the private sector, they go first. They did the first step, and then the government. It happened in Portugal. One company in Asktec, I think someone knows here, developed the app, Stay Away COVID, and the government said, hey, let me see here if we can adopt or not. And then the government decided to adopt, then it started the confusion there, because the data protection started to main problems there. And the conclusion was, we had some really interesting conclusions here. The first conclusion was the time management, because the most of the government really need to develop this kind of solutions, but they did not have the human resources for that. So another point was the most of some applications, actually some apps, was not available in the official website. So we say that this was not a government service. So there's an interesting point. And also the combination in technical and technological, and also the data protection was a bit, it provoked a kind of limitations about the functionality of the apps. Was really interesting as well. And also here, this point here was really, really interesting, as I said before. So that is another point as well, because when the app was developed, let's say in multi-stakeholders, the app was not available in the official website of the government. It was available in the company of the institution that provided the technology. So I try to be really fast, but it's okay. Thank you. Have some questions, suggestions?
Yes. Does anybody on? Aha. When the red button is on, it works. Any questions from Marlon and Jordana about their work on COVID-19 tracing apps? I have a question. I was wondering why some countries, because you pointed out in your paper and here why some countries have so many apps and others have less. And I was wondering, I mean, you said that Italy has 5, and that's probably because that's where it started. But I was wondering, is it just that, or has it got to do something with the size of the country? Is it because different apps try to address different groups of users? I don't know, younger users, older users, or is it a political issue, such as, you know, in the UK you have England, Wales, and Scotland, and the Scots will certainly not use an English app, so could you maybe say something about why you think France and Italy have so many and the other is less?
Yes, I think maybe it's because the time that we are researching, we've just found these apps available in Spain, in Russia, in Switzerland. But Italy, as I said, and you also said now, was the first explosion in Europe. So they tried really to contain the virus. So that's the main target of this kind of apps, and also the functionality of the app. So the most of them was just to trace people, to try to contain the virus. So another apps, they started, okay, we can innovate here. We can launch a kind of innovation during the time. So the company actually, and then also a lot of money by the European Union they gave a lot of money, let's say, to the governments around Europe to develop, to contain the virus. I think from my perspective, the government actually they don't have the conditions to develop in short time some technology like that, And the private sector provided actually the technology, then the government adopted. That is the main point, because I can say about Portugal. The most of the people, they are not using the app. There are 2 reasons. First, because they don't trust about the app, because they are thinking that the government was trying to just to know where they are. So another point was the digital divide. Was really the point, because the most of the people, they didn't know how to use. So the usability of the app was not so good as well. And even for me, I'm young, and then I have experience with internet in some apps, and it was really complicated to me to know to find where can I say, hey, I'm sick, I have the virus, or where can I go in the app and tell to the government that I'm sick, then I'm at home, I'm not walking around and go to agglomerations. So it was really difficult to use this app. And I found one, I forgot the name in Germany, but I used, it was super easy. So, where have you been? okay, I live in this neighborhood, I put in the map, and then the app started to see, hey, don't go in this direction because there are a lot of people there, then can be dangerous for you, you know, avoid going this direction because there are a lot of people there. That is super nice and easy to use, but
Okay.
in the Portuguese case was a complicated. And also, I watched one session actually from the institution that developed the technology, and the guy told that we really tried to do the best, but the government told to us not. You have to do like that. So the government also has a negative influence there. So I think it was also the data protection. So it was really another negative point to develop this kind of app. That is more or less my personal conclusion and experience doing this paper.
Thank you. Any? Yes, please.
Interesting because I did a case study on the Italian app in UNU, which was presented last year, and I was wondering whether you checked how many people, what was the usability of the apps, the private sector apps versus the, let's say, the official government apps, and what impact did it have? Because from my personal analysis that I did, I found that the public-private sector cooperation in Italy for the UNU app was a very successful outcome. It had a very successful outcome both from the application point and the technological point. So that's, I think, an interesting.
I have the same feeling about when the private sector put the finger, the app was much better. Once it was just the government, was not so good, you know. As this one in France that I mentioned before about the virtual reality, you know, then okay, your mask, you have to use your mask in this position, in this one, was super nice and innovative as well. But that is one. I'm trying to remember one in Russia was super bad as well. Of course, I don't know nothing in Russian, but the flow of the app, how to use it, was terrible. So there are these things, you know, because when the government provide the technology, they need to know really the basic of usability. So if they want to provide the technology, then they cannot map the process, the flow of the use of the technology. Is super bad. There is the development, but and also that is okay because they need to develop in short time. So in the human resources in the government, sometimes they are not so qualified, let's say. So the private sector is much better.
Which is why public sector organizations need to become modern employers in order to attract exactly those kind of people. Do we have any more questions for Marlon? Marlon, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we go from tracing the vaccination to proving the vaccination. So the next paper is Digital Governance, the case of proofs of vaccination by Ayeste Geribaite. Brief set of instructions. And the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aiste, and I'm a PhD fellow at an international joint doctorate in law, science, and technology at the Universities of Luxembourg, Turin, and Bologna. And thank you. And my presentation is on digital governance and the case of proofs of vaccinations. The outline of the presentation follows my paper outline, which is introduction, a note on the state of the art and the methodology, the objectives, and the EU approach to proofs of vaccinations. Then we'll discuss a few points of contention, have a discussion, and some conclusions and remarks for further research. So as we know, immunity passports or proofs of vaccinations are certificates either on paper or in digital format that allow holders of such documentation to show employers, government, and other members of society of the reduced risk to spreading diseases. On the right side, you can see what is called the WHO yellow card. That is a vaccination certificate that is usually used for traveling purposes to enter certain regions. And as a digital certificate, it can also help govern the spread of diseases in times such as COVID-19, if implemented in the right manner, however. Yet the recent practice by the member states in the EU has showed that member states implemented very divergent approaches and to some extent questionable approaches to the use of proofs of vaccinations or immunity passports that they are called sometimes. So for example, in early 2021, Iceland introduced immunity passports in order for people to access the country. Lithuania and Estonia followed with vaccination passports and proofs of vaccinations that allow people to enter supermarkets, restaurants, as well as allow traveling within the country. This in turn brought up the discussion whether the use of such proofs of vaccinations would not lead to unintended harms, such as discriminations or marginalization of certain individuals or groups of individuals. So just a quick note on the state of the art. In the current state of the art on the topic, it is typical to find work that addresses either the technical solutions for the implementations of proofs of vaccinations or immunity passports, or the discussion on the ethical and legal challenges that are connected to these. Yet there is little research that focuses on the digitalization of such proofs of vaccinations and the impact it has on the society and the governance as well. As a matter of fact, most of the research in this area focuses on COVID-19 due to the specific nature of the events. So the objective of my research paper is a threefold, with the main aim being contributing to the state of the art in the field on the proofs of vaccinations and immunity passports as digital governance tools. Just as a matter of background, in late 2020, the European e-health network published non-obligatory guidelines for the proofs of vaccinations with an objective to establish an EU-wide interoperability framework for these proofs of vaccinations. And later on, these guidelines were transposed into the European regulation for digital green certificates that was published in March 2021 and then adopted by the Council in June 2021. Now, the guidelines only provide, the EU e-health network guidelines only provide the technical aspects of the framework for proofs of vaccinations within the EU, while the regulation focuses a bit more extensively on how to protect citizens from unintended harms, and it specifically focuses on fundamental right to privacy and data protection, and establishes certain principles that are also enshrined in the EU General Data Protection Regulation, focusing on storage limitation and similar principles. Now, besides the fact that regulation addresses data protection and privacy as one of the aspects to be protected, it has received criticism as having a hidden sort of agenda. This is particularly relevant because of vaccination terms that has been happening in the last year in the EU, whereas EU citizens received vaccinations from non-EMA approved vaccinations from, let's say, Russian Sputnik or the Chinese vaccine, and they were not able to access the EU digital certificate, thus excluding them from social life to some extent, and public life for traveling and so on. And while not intentional, it leads to grounds of discrimination within the EU of a large number of EU citizens. So from a theoretical point of view, the immunity passports or vaccination certificates or the yellow card incentivize different things. The vaccination certificates incentivize individuals to obtain vaccination, which can be considered as public good, while on the other hand, immunity passports, as we know them, incentivize infection. In fact, they put a different burden on an individual. It's their right, their behavior, their right to consent and their actions as well. Thus, in this case, the use of immunity passport in the EU becomes a very contested issue, especially when considering that member states can adopt emergency powers to protect society, and immunity passports are not recognized as the same way as, for example, the WHO yellow card, which is recognized officially by all member states under the International Health Regulation. Now, some authors argue that the use of immunity passports should be discouraged due to a number of reasons. So, for example, one of such is that immunity passports do not provide enough evidence, do not provide individuals with a risk-free certificate. Basically, there is not enough research yet to this point whether the antibodies developed after being vaccinated or after being tested COVID positive, and whether you have enough, if you have an adequate level of protection. And that has been also noted by the World Health Organization in 2021, that the use of such immunity passports should be very limited and assessed very carefully. The second reason is that immunity passports, which take a digital shape, they cause risks to individuals and communities, and while data from COVID-19 studies can actually be useful to assess the let's say, efficacy of the vaccination. It also is used by member states for policy decision making. In the case where this data is used in, let's say, for policy decision making together with certain AI solutions, it brings risks to both individuals and communities. So at the individual level, people might be discriminated because they're not vaccinated, or because they have not tested yet for the antibodies test. And at the community level, you also have groups of individuals that's just being marginalized or excluded because they might not be able to access treatment equally. And that is different from member state to member state in the EU. Okay, so what does actually the EU Digital Green Certificate incentivize? As of today, we can say that it is somewhere in between the vaccination certificate and an immunity passport, as it provides a vaccination certificate that you can use, but it also assumes a level of immunity of an individual that possesses such passport. Yet the regulation itself does not consider what level of immunity against COVID-19 should be considered legitimate in the first place. Secondly, what kind of immunity status are legitimate to grant immunity-based licenses, and equally important, what rights and liberties these statuses will entitle an individual to. Again, the European regulation only addresses that DGC can be used to facilitate free movement of persons, yet the member states have extended the scope of the regulation, requiring individuals and citizens to use the DGC for accessing different services that extend beyond the regulation itself. We're yet to find whether this is going to be challenged by the courts at the EU level. It's very likely there have been cases at the national level in Italy where this has been questioned as well, but we're yet to find out. Now, as regards to risks to groups of individuals, there are a few things to be noted. So groups of individuals may be subject to discrimination due to inability to receive vaccination, for example, due to medical reasons, or unwillingness to vaccinate, non-medical reasons, let's say. In the first case, the non-vaccination due to medical condition could be considered as a valid justification in terms of law, and such groups of individuals should not be excluded from receiving the DGC. Yet the regulation does not address it, and it leaves for the member states to consider and to facilitate the issuance of the certificate for those persons that are not vaccinated but have a valid maybe medical reason that they cannot be vaccinated due for example, increased risks. The problem here is that testing in continuous testing for COVID is usually not free of charge, and certain individuals cannot afford continuously, let's say every 2 days, to test themselves to keep getting a new certificate being renewed and renewed, which shows that countries are just not equipped to facilitate such issuance of certification. Now, on the other hand, if you have people who are not willing to vaccinate, it's a bit of a trickier matter in the sense that, let's say the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, Article 5 protects the person's liberty and bodily integrity, yet as all rights, it has its limitations. So one of this limitation is that such rights to bodily integrity can be limited in order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases, which helps member states with the treatment of non-vaccinated individuals, saying that okay, if you're not vaccinated, you can't participate in certain public and private activities. Yet we also see from the practice in the member states that the civil unrest of usually non-vaccinated persons, growing from simple protests to riots, for example, in Italy, puts a really big pressure on governments to rethinking the use of digital green certificate and vaccination passports in the first place. And it's something that the member states still have to establish a right balance between what public services a person can access and cannot, for example. So something that I think the member states are still struggling to do. Just to conclude, a few remarks. So the regulation on the DGC provides a pan-European digital governance solution for COVID-19 management, yet it really fails to incorporate oversight and accountability mechanisms that would protect EU citizens from potential harms or misuses or discriminatory effects of the DGC. And a starting point for further policy and regulation considerations should include an acceptance of sort of an unavoidable that the society is divided into big groups, the seropositive and seronegatives, and consequently, any guidance on immunity passports and policy should acknowledge that immunity passports cannot be evaluated against a baseline of normality. It cannot be evaluated if you are not ill or infected, then you have complete freedom, and if you were, you have limitations or full limitations. Thank you, and I'm happy to discuss and hear your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Before I open or allow others to ask questions, I just want to make one point and then follow up with a question. You pointed out about the COVID testing. People might not be able to afford it. Yeah. This depends from country to country.
Yes.
In Austria, you don't have to pay for being tested. Whilst in Italy, for example, I know that you do, and you have to pay a lot.
Yes,
very,
exactly.
Very expensive.
So and that's
yeah.
That's one of the things that I noted also, because from a policy perspective, the regulation fails to address I think quite an important issue in this respect of providing, let's say, not even guidance, providing resources for member states. So, as you said, in Austria, you can get tested very easily, while in Italy you have to pay, in Lithuania you have to pay, in UK you have to pay, well, UK now is out of EU, but in most member states, it's your individual, obviously, responsibility, but you have people and groups of people that cannot afford it simply, so.
Yeah. On the other hand, in Austria, we asked all our senior people to register online for their vaccination, which caused a big problem. But the question I wanted to ask you was, do you see this digital green pass as a public failure? And how, if yes, how could it have been avoided? And what are the lessons that we can draw out of this? I mean, you made recommendations, but if it was a public failure, why did it happen, and how could we have avoided it?
I don't think it's a public failure of per se. I think that the regulation, the way it was adopted through what we call special legislative procedure, which means it's a quicker procedure with less consultations from stakeholders, from involved parties, which then led to sort of missing out on very important issues that should have been addressed at the European level. So while I agree that there should be a vaccination passport when you move within the EU, between countries, at the same time, as a researcher, I question to what extent, for example, in Lithuania, we have the same EU COVID passport, but now people can't access supermarkets without it. So to what extent you can actually use it? And that is where you are not balancing anymore. You are just sort of, it's becoming a tool for maybe of social control to some extent. So I'm sort of trying to play a devil's advocate and it's like saying, okay, so yes, I hope it's.
I think that's a valid point. Yeah, in Australia, you have like people with yellow bands.
Yes.
They're not vaccinated. And
Oh wow. Okay.
You know what that all reminds
yes.
us of.
Yes.
I think you're certainly making a valid point
yeah,
there.
I actually, I even read an article referring to something similar, the yellow badges and vaccination as well, which, yes, it could have a connotation.
So it's good that you're being devil's advocate. From the floor, any questions?
Okay.
What's going on now, that it's in the hands of the politicians and regulators and governments to decide how they want the project to happen. When they decide about the picture or the logic, it goes into phase 2 in the hands of experts and scientists and private sector and technology developers. But don't you think that this could be a success instead of failure once there is interference from stage 1 by the experts?
Yes.
The technology interferes and talks to the politicians. And for example, I use blockchain, others use artificial intelligence. And you can show them that please give the bread to the baker and let us work. And there are certain technologies that provide privacy and transparency at the same time of certain data. This will make the whole project be designed in a different way, and that could make it success, and that could gain the public confidence. We do it in a different way. The problem is that it's in the hands of the wrong people who don't know.
So in this case, I would say that actually the technical part is very well established, both from the EU e-health network guidelines, and I don't think the problem is in the technology. I think the problem is in the EU policy making at the So that's why I say when the regulation was adopted through a special legislative procedure, it failed to include enough experts to address all the fundamental rights, for example, implications. So at this point, I would say as well that happened to the COVID tracing app that I did the research on in UNU. The technical solution was very well done. Then it took, the political part was more the issue rather than the technology itself. So as a lawyer, usually I should side with the maybe legal side, but I usually decide to do the technical side. And yeah. Oh, I did. I did. Yeah.
Any more questions for Aiste? Aiste, thank you very much for your presentation. So now we have 2 online presentations. So these are videos. We can't interact with the presenters. We can't ask them questions. As a track chair, I have the advantage that I've read all the papers for this track, and I think the next presentation, the first video by Erwin Alampai on online open data governance in the time of the pandemic, which it focuses on the Philippines, but I think that there is quite a lot of relevance to the paper by Marlon and Jordana. So I hope you will find there some linkages, and maybe you'd like to comment on it from your perspective after the video to maybe make the session a little bit more interactive. May I? I know it's breaking the rules, but
Erwin Alampay from
great.
the University of the Philippines. Today I'm going to talk about open data governance in the time of pandemic. Data governance is a systematic and multi-dimensional approach to setting policies and regulations, establishing leadership for institutional coordination and national strategy by nurturing and enabling data ecosystem and streamlining data management. So what I want to discuss today is how can we learn from the case of health during the pandemic in terms of managing open data and data governance in relation to it. So this is from the UNU-EGOV framework on data governance. So the methodology for this paper is based on a study of 4 health-related data sets that we analyzed and looked in particular at the availability of health data there. So it uses data inventory from the Department of ICTs in the Open Data Portal, information from requests for freedom of information, inventory data set, and the status of FOI request per agency from the Presidential Communications Office, and a manually collected inventory of open data sets currently posted in the portal. Then the status of using open data is compared with that baseline, looking at the current data that is open in the COVID-19 portal of the Department of Health. So open data are data which are made available in a standardized machine-readable format under a license that allows it to be reused and be shared. Because the type, format, and quality of data vary significantly, it is a challenge to certify data and put them to effective use. So in our collection of data, we looked at the available data, and we found that, of course, the Philippine Statistical Authority had limited and not timely data. The Department of Health website provides mostly reports and not in PDF. And then the FOI data sets were limited. Most were in PDF and not technically open. While the Open Data Portal had open data in format, but again, they had very limited and data sets and not updated. While the EFOI took time and there's no guarantee the information that you need will be actually provided. So we looked at the current practice with respect to COVID in the UNU-EGOV data drop. Usually every day at 4 p.m. they release the report, and at night you could actually access the data for the day. So people would usually access that and collate all the different data drops and process them on their own. So we want to compare the baseline data with the COVID data in terms of 3 dimensions of openness. One is data openness, meaning the data is free to access and free to manipulate. People openness, who can actively participate and collaborate with the data. And process openness, where the process involved, whether it's transparent and whether the process is open to inputs from participants. Okay, this is, again, an interesting dimension to look at, especially in terms of COVID response. So what have been the uses of open data in responding to COVID? Okay, foremost is the availability of real-time situation analysis, especially on tracing and early diagnosis for early containment. So this is usually the basis for determining lockdowns, for instance, or reporting which areas are, or what's the status with respect to surges in the country. It facilitates coordination between national and local government. It secures public trust to better transparency in terms of how bad the situation is. It helps counter misinformation. It identifies special vulnerable groups, vulnerable areas, and it supports effective management of medical equipment, supplies, and demand. This is from Yao and Spark. This is not necessarily, I mean, over time, how it was used in the Philippines also varied. Okay. In the Philippines, there are other stakeholder interests, like you want to know who were infected, how many were infected, are frontliners being infected, where are the cases, which hospitals need particular supplies, whether it's protective equipment, did they still have available beds for patients, testing kits and so. Okay. And early in the pandemic, there was limited disease surveillance data, okay, to actually estimate the cases. Such as early on, even though there was very few cases, there was a national lockdown already. There were concerns about data privacy. For instance, should we report who's getting sick, or should we just report areas where people are getting sick? There were limitations in testing capacity. Most of the testing capacity was in the National Capital Region. And sometimes there were delays in getting the results. Like some would report 7-day delays, okay? But more recently, we could get it in half a day or a day. Okay? There's a problem with data capture. People had to re-encode, or reports were manually written, and then you had to encode it, and then you had the national agency had to validate it versus similar records. And then the problem of contact tracing. Okay, there was no system early on. So this is just a diagram of the COVID data ecosystem, who were using data, what kind of data they were looking at. Of course, you have hospitals, health financing institutions, there were local government units, there were NGOs, and we also had a task force, the IATF, which was involved in making all just a very centralized task force, making all the decisions with respect to quarantine status for the country. So if you think about it, there are various sources for data consolidated into a portal. The data in the portal was used by IATF. But interestingly, during the pandemic, this was made available to others, and those other groups are able to access it, process it, and then have their own analysis on what's actually happening. And in some cases, the IATF also took into consideration what other groups were actually projecting or modeling based on the data. Okay. So in terms of COVID data reporting, daily updates are not necessarily accurate, or when they do not actually mention when they actually get infected. So sometimes there's a data lag. Local government units sometimes develop their own systems for tracking those who are persons of interest or persons under monitoring. Okay. By mid-April 2020, they already developed the COVID tracker, and then people had access to this. Okay. But over time, they had changes in how they reported the data, but those changes were available and made open. Also, people were informed about those changes. Okay. So over time, you could diagram the same ecosystem in terms of how data got into the Department of Health, which is the national agency, and how this was dropped for other users to access. So the data was very open. You could manipulate it, you could play around it, you could disaggregate it. And this is an example of how some people did the reporting. So usually you'd be able to report it on a daily case basis, okay? And some would use the same data and report it differently in terms of when the onset of illness actually happened. So you have a difference, because sometimes it's reported on the date, even though these are validated data, and then some would rather look at it in terms of when the swabbing actually happened. So it presents a different picture. Okay? And some people also reported on the data processing it differently. And some asked, why is it what the local sees is a little different from what the national sees? Of course, that's partly because of the lag in the reporting. Okay? In terms of the national also trying to validate, duplicate, etc. Okay? And then there were some groups like the Okta group, which reported the same data in a different manner, disaggregated by local government units or cities, and they also showed the growth in those cities, average percent of people getting infected. They also computed R. And it's interesting because the way this group started reporting the data also in a way influenced the way the national government reported data. They also started to talk about R, they talked about growth, they talked about hospital utilization. So this data disaggregation was also important in terms of making lockdowns more strategic or more specific so that you don't have to have very broad lockdowns or unnecessarily hampering the economy. Okay? So again, this is an example of disaggregating the data. So you could see how it was declining in one city and was increasing in another, and how it influenced quarantine policies. This is an example of how other data were sourced from other stakeholders. Okay? And as such, I thought it was a good example of how, in the future, health data reporting should be, okay, in the country. So comparing what was before COVID and after COVID, you could see that in terms of content, the COVID tracker was actually really more regularly updated, unlike the previous data on health available. Okay, and it was also crowdsourced, so it's more open to people to add on to the data. And then in terms of the process, it was also more open to inputs from stakeholders. Whether it's open is also sometimes up for dispute because some people are still not happy in terms of how decision making is made. Okay? It's open with respect to saying this is the basis for the information, but when other groups counter that, even though they're using the same data, sometimes they're actually the national government is still very wary, or sometimes is very antagonistic in terms of getting a different kind of response or different recommendation from other stakeholders tackling or using the same data as the national government. So to some extent, there's still resistance from the national government if your interpretation is different. Okay. So to recap, there are still data governance issues that emerge, whether it's data protection and privacy, interoperability, data quality, etc. But nonetheless, I think what I want to celebrate here is the idea of government opening data and data being made more useful. Sure, it's not perfect, but I think in the end, opening data is a start for better collaboration. So data governance focuses on how decisions are made about data and how people and processes are expected to behave in relation to it. Okay? A centralized data platform for coordinating data partnerships is critical for facilitating effective collaboration. Okay? So in conclusion, I think part of why interoperability or data sharing was made possible in the case of the pandemic is because we realized health data is a concern of whole of government, not just the health sector, but also local government units, even the economic sector, etc. And this can help hasten system-wide interoperability by forcing analog components that in the past were resistant to now cooperate. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you can email me at eaalampay@up.edu.ph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alampay. I don't know.
Okay, good morning. I'm
Jordana or Marlon, do you want to, maybe maybe say something about the presentation? Do you have a response to it? Or you don't have to. I just when I read the papers, I thought there is a certain link there, but don't feel you have to. I just think it's interesting.
I'm just speaking here. It's complicated when you have filtered data. It's really because the GPDR is provide a lot of limitation about the technology that it provide. It's just my only thought here, just about that.
Thank you. So the next film, Online Economic Sustainability in the Face of COVID-19 Crisis, What Brazil and Colombia Digital Governments Reveal, by Jamil Carlo Oliveira Araujo. I hope I'm saying this properly. And Fernando Gentil de Souza, which is a paper that relates a bit more to what Aiste was saying. So let's kickstart the film.
Hello, my name is Fernando and I'm going to present economic sustainability in face of the COVID-19 crisis. What do the digital governments from Brazil and Colombia review? The authors are Jamil and Fernando from Universidade Federal de Pernambuco, Brazil, and Laura and Eduardo from University of Guadalajara, Mexico. In the introduction, we highlight the context the COVID-19 pandemic is causing serious public health crisis around the world, the implementation of several methods to contain this disease, and the factor of Brazil and Colombia with decreased laws and measure market with varying degrees of these responses. The research aims to compare initiatives for economic sustainability in Brazil and Colombia. The research uses open government data from 60 web pages, 27 from Brazilian and 33 from Colombian states. The initiatives were classified in laws and support the maintenance of economic activity and the tax incentives. The use of comparison between countries allows us to understand the proxies of changing economic conditions, communication, and accounting standards adopted in co-developed countries. As a theoretical framework, government and electronic governance, we point some important relation in the government and society, according to electronic government and services based on digital communication. In Brazil, were developed official bring COVID-19 data from coronavirus SARS-21 and CoronaP respectively. However, both services and digital information are milestone opportunities and changes in public administration. Other interesting point is that it should be noted that this rush to develop online service platforms and media brings defects and deficiencies in their execution. At this point, much is being done to consolidate the assumptions of electronic governance that relate to fiscal policies and the savings generated by the granted incentive actions. Economic sustainability. We know that the pandemic has caused and continues to cause a global local down, creates an impact on future decisions and long-term costs in countries around the world. In the face of this problem, economic and social need arise technological dependency on developing countries and developed countries. Both Brazil and Colombia have instituted several measures intended to improve the implementation of structural public policies and the creation of public policies instruments. Thus, the characteristics of the pandemic and public health emergency needed several measures, not only in health, but also in political and economic aspects. Methodology, I explained before that we separate the laws supporting the maintenance of economic activity and tax incentives. The data was collected from March 2020 and May 2021. And analysis discussion, we discussed that the crisis here in the figure 1, all based in the information collected from websites, here we allow us to infer to in both local governments, the country's evaluated information was on the long-term effects of decision in terms of public finances, and with emphasis on the guarantee of receiving resources. Subsequently, an assessment was carried out using combinatorial factor analysis, which allowed for the assessment by quadrants of the country's response to deal with COVID-19. In this figure, figure 2, comparing both quadrants, it's estimated that the measures of economic sustainability in Brazil stood out more and positively among the other elements studied. The results above and positively on the Cartesian plan demonstrate that the measures adopted are greater in Brazil than in Colombia. Here, the lexical analysis allow us to group words and organizing graphically the frequency according to the size that we can see highlighted here, government measure, tax payment. This analysis in branches, the next, we can see the measures that were adopted in common and the more frequently postulating paths taken by governments, which were more evident in the branches. Many of the paths followed the measures suggested by United Nations, but they were not applied so quickly in both governments that there was a concern to guarantee revenue through tax and its payment, public services, and actions of economic sustainability. As a final consideration, in this comparison, the local governments did not make incentives. Many businesses would fall apart and employment would rise rapidly. In this context, the theory of communication alongside the theoretical framework addressed can support the investigation carried out in the various aspects of communication, the digital information, the data that provided this contribution here in this work, and how the communication changes in this period. After analyzing the entire content of laws, decrees, and emergency measures in the states of Brazil and Colombia, it's possible to conclude that the measures taken by the countries were necessary so that the economic shocks were not worse than those experienced. Here, therefore, the emergency measures, because Colombia is in its third tax reform, and in Brazil, the implementation of the tax reform is still under discussion. It's a point interesting to compare, to analyze. With analysis of the textual context, it was also revealed that the positive and negative relationship of the measures adopted highlight the economic sustainability measures of the state's governments more than the fiscal policies. However, it failed to review society's reaction. We don't know what are the response from these policies analyzed. This being the limitation of the research and possible the objectives in the future research. The laws highlighted tax incentives, exemptions, postponement, and installment payments of taxes. This paper contributes to evidence communication-based digital solution facing the COVID-19 crisis in Brazil and Colombia. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Fernando, and I'm going to present economic sustainability in face of the COVID-19 crisis.
I think this was another paper that showed us the impact of different measures on citizen trust, and how it can lead to a divide between different groups within society, which is something you were picking up on your paper as well. Is there anything you would like to add, Aiste?
When in the EU that was quite different. Well, it's not that it's quite different, but the first was
Yep. So that concludes our session, and thank you to all the presenters for presenting their work and the discussion. And yes, there is the plenary session. Now there will be a keynote, and I think it's time to move forward and have some coffee now. Thank you very much.